Hey, welcome back. Before we start, I just want to say I've really been enjoying reading your comments lately. Seeing people from different parts of the world all winding down here at the end of the day makes this channel feel a lot more personal than just uploading videos. So whether you listen every night or only once in a while, I'm glad you're here. Tonight's story is a real, true crime case, and I'll go through it slowly so you can just settle in and follow along without anything feeling rushed. And if these episodes have become part of a routine, subscribing just keeps them easy to come back to. All right, this is episode 154. Let's begin. On the night of November 13th, 1974, the house at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, New York, looked completely ordinary from the outside. The lights inside glowed softly against the cold darkness. Neighboring homes sat quiet along the street, and nothing about the large Dutch colonial house suggested that by sunrise it would become one of the most infamous crime scenes in American history. Families in the neighborhood had gone to sleep expecting another uneventful night. Inside the DeFeo home, however, 6 members of the same family were already dead before anyone outside realized something was terribly wrong. The discovery began not with police arriving at the house, but with panic spreading through a nearby bar the following evening. 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr., known to friends as Butch, burst into the establishment visibly distressed and shouting that someone had shot his mother and father. Several people followed him back to the house on Ocean Avenue, believing there might still be survivors inside. Instead, room after room revealed bodies lying face down in bed. Ronald DeFeo Sr., his wife Louise, and 4 of their children had all been shot to death during the night. The victims included 18-year-old Dawn, 13-year-old Allison, 12-year-old Mark, and 9-year-old John Matthew. None appeared to have escaped. None showed signs of prolonged struggle. The scene shocked even experienced officers because of how controlled and quiet the murders seemed to have been. Investigators immediately faced disturbing questions. How could 6 people be shot inside the same house without neighbors hearing chaos or victims attempting escape? Why were all the bodies found in bed? Why had no one apparently run for safety after the first gunshots? Police secured the property and began processing evidence, while Ronald DeFeo Jr. initially presented himself as a grieving son whose family had been targeted by a hitman connected to his father's business dealings. He claimed he had been away from the house during the murders and discovered the bodies only upon returning home. But almost immediately, detectives noticed inconsistencies. His emotional state shifted unpredictably during questioning. Details in his account changed. Witnesses contradicted portions of his timeline. Most importantly, forensic evidence inside the home did not support the theory of outside assassins moving through the house unnoticed. The murder weapon was identified as a .35 caliber Marlin rifle. Investigators learned that Ronald himself had access to the firearm and was familiar with using it. Gunshot residue tests, witness statements, and contradictions in his interviews increasingly narrowed attention toward him. What deeply unsettled investigators was the strange stillness surrounding the crime itself. Neighbors later testified they had not heard sustained screaming or obvious disturbance during the night. The rifle used was loud, yet the house had remained almost silent from the outside perspective. Detectives theorized that some victims may have been asleep during the initial shootings, and others may have been too shocked or confused to react before being killed themselves. Toxicology tests later fueled debate about whether sedatives had been involved, though conclusions remained disputed. As interrogation continued, Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s story finally collapsed. He confessed to killing his family. According to his statement, tensions inside the household had been building for years. His relationship with his father was reportedly volatile and abusive, marked by arguments, violence, and resentment. Investigators also uncovered heavy drug use, financial conflict, and growing instability in Ronald's behavior before the murders. Yet even after confession, the case remained complicated because his explanations kept changing. At different times, he claimed voices in the house influenced him. In other versions, he attempted to implicate his sister Dawn as participating in some of the killings. Some accounts contradicted physical evidence entirely. Detectives eventually concluded that many of his later stories were attempts to distort responsibility or attract attention rather than truthful descriptions of events. The prosecution focused on the physical evidence and confession itself. During trial proceedings in 1975, prosecutors argued that Ronald DeFeo Jr. systematically moved through the house during the early morning hours, killing family members one by one while they slept. The defense attempted to present insanity arguments tied to mental instability and substance abuse, but jurors rejected those claims. Ronald DeFeo Jr. was convicted on 6 counts of second-degree murder and sentenced to 6 consecutive life terms in prison. The details of the crime continued haunting investigators and the public for decades because of the unusual nature of the scene. Entire families are rarely killed in such controlled fashion inside their own home without interruption. The positioning of the bodies, the lack of obvious escape attempts, and the eerie quietness surrounding the murders created an atmosphere that later fueled endless speculation and myth. In the years after the murders, the Amityville house became more widely associated with paranormal stories due to later owners claiming supernatural experiences. Books and films transformed the address into horror fiction territory. But beneath all of that mythology remained a very real crime involving a real family murdered inside their home by someone they trusted. The true story itself was already disturbing enough without embellishment. The DeFeo family lived what appeared from the outside to be a successful suburban life. Ronald DeFeo Sr. held steady employment. The children attended school. The family participated in ordinary routines visible to neighbors and friends. Yet inside the house, resentment, fear, substance abuse, and instability had reportedly been building for years beneath that surface. Investigators later reflected on how ordinary the home appeared when they first arrived. The house stood beside calm water in a respectable neighborhood. Autumn leaves covered parts of the yard. Nothing about the environment prepared officers for the scale of violence waiting inside. The murders unfolded room by room in darkness while the rest of the neighborhood slept unaware. By the time the investigation ended, detectives had reconstructed one of the most infamous family annihilation cases in American criminal history. Ronald DeFeo Jr. spent the rest of his life in prison until his death in 2021, repeatedly changing elements of his story but never escaping the overwhelming physical evidence tying him to the crime. The house at 112 Ocean Avenue eventually changed owners multiple times. Renovations altered parts of its appearance. Tourists continued driving past for decades because of its connection to horror culture. But stripped away from all the legends and exaggerations, the reality remained brutally simple. 6 people went to sleep inside that house believing they were safe. Only one person walked out alive the next morning. Next story. By the time detectives finally entered the apartment on February 24th, 2008, the scene inside had already begun telling a story long before anyone officially reconstructed it. The television was still on. Dishes sat untouched. Furniture remained exactly where it had always been. At first glance, the apartment looked lived in, paused in the middle of ordinary routine rather than interrupted by violence. But in the bedroom, hidden beneath blankets and partially concealed as if someone hoped time itself would delay discovery, 24-year-old Jodi Perrick was dead. The apartment was located in Constantine, Michigan, a small community where major homicide investigations were rare enough that news traveled quickly and suspicion spread even faster. Jodi was known locally as dependable and social. She worked steadily, maintained close contact with friends and family, and followed routines that made her sudden disappearance immediately noticeable. When she stopped answering calls and failed to appear where expected, concern escalated quickly. What investigators initially believed might be a missing person situation transformed within minutes of entering the apartment. Jodi had been sexually assaulted and murdered. The condition of the scene suggested the attack was personal rather than random. There was evidence she had known the person responsible or at least allowed them inside voluntarily. No forced entry existed. Nothing indicated a chaotic break-in. Detectives immediately began reconstructing the final days before her death. examining phone records, relationships, workplace interactions, and movements throughout the town. The timeline narrowed toward the evening of November 7th, 2007, months before her body was actually discovered. That gap created one of the most unusual aspects of the investigation. Jody's body remained inside the apartment for an extended period before police located her. Friends and acquaintances had believed she left town or was temporarily unavailable. The delay complicated forensic work, but also revealed something deeply disturbing. The killer had enough confidence to leave her there hidden in plain sight. As detectives interviewed people connected to her life, attention gradually centered on a man named Daniel Furlong. Furlong was younger than Jody and had interacted with her socially before the murder. Witnesses described him as unstable, manipulative, and increasingly aggressive in the period surrounding the crime. Investigators also uncovered troubling behavior patterns involving women and controlling conduct that had not initially appeared directly connected to homicide, but became highly relevant once the investigation deepened. The breakthrough came through forensic evidence. DNA recovered from the scene linked Furlong directly to the apartment and to the assault. Combined with inconsistencies in his statements and witness testimony, placing him near Jody during her final known movements, investigators built a timeline that became increasingly difficult to challenge. But what truly shaped the prosecution's case was the psychological picture emerging behind the crime. This had not been a sudden robbery or impulsive street attack. Prosecutors argued that Furlong became enraged after rejection and carried out a violent assault inside the apartment before attempting to conceal the body and distance himself from suspicion. The concealment itself reflected calculation rather than panic. He relied on the assumption that delayed discovery would weaken evidence and create uncertainty about what happened. Instead, the opposite occurred. Investigators carefully reconstructed months of fragmented information. Phone activity, social patterns, witness memories, and forensic analysis slowly rebuilt the final hours of Jody's life piece by piece. Even the silence surrounding her disappearance became evidence because it contrasted so sharply with her normal behavior and routines. At trial, prosecutors presented DNA evidence, witness testimony, and behavioral analysis tying Furlong to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge the forensic interpretation and questioned aspects of the timeline, but the physical evidence remained overwhelming. Daniel Furlong was convicted of murder and criminal sexual conduct and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. For the town of Constantine, the case remained deeply unsettling because of how quietly the crime existed for months before discovery. Life continued outside the apartment, while evidence of violence remained hidden inside. Neighbors passed by daily unaware that a murder scene sat behind closed doors only feet away. Investigators later reflected on the eerie normality of the apartment when they first entered it. Nothing dramatic announced what had happened there. No shattered walls. No massive bloodshed visible from the doorway. Instead, the horror revealed itself gradually, room by room, detail by detail. Cases like this disturb people because they expose how easily routine can conceal tragedy. Jody Perrick followed familiar habits, lived in a familiar place, and interacted with someone who outwardly appeared ordinary enough to avoid immediate suspicion. The danger came not from a stranger emerging suddenly from darkness, but from someone already allowed close enough to enter her personal space without resistance. By the time the trial concluded, investigators had transformed a delayed discovery into a complete narrative supported by forensic evidence and careful reconstruction. The months between the murder and the discovery of Jody's body became part of what defined the case itself. It was not only a homicide investigation, but also an examination of absence, silence, and how long violence can remain hidden before someone finally notices that ordinary life has stopped. Next story. On the evening of February 15th, 2010, snow was falling across the quiet streets of McLean, Virginia, covering sidewalks and parked cars in a layer of white that made the neighborhood seem almost silent. Inside one large suburban home, however, Investigators would soon uncover a scene so violent that experienced detectives later admitted it stayed with them for years. The victims were not strangers connected by coincidence. They were members of the same family, attacked inside a house where nothing initially suggested danger from the outside world. That night, 40-year-old Teresa Harrison failed to arrive for a planned meeting with relatives. Calls went unanswered. At first, family members assumed weather delays or routine complications, but concern escalated quickly because Teresa was known for staying in close contact. By the following day, relatives requested a welfare check at the home she shared with her husband, William Harrison, and their young daughter. Police entered the residence, expecting perhaps a medical emergency or storm-related issue. Instead, they discovered all three family members dead inside the house. The crime scene was severe and deeply personal. There were signs of prolonged violence rather than sudden intrusion. Furniture had been disturbed, but not in the chaotic way typically associated with burglary. Valuables remained untouched. Doors and windows showed no evidence of forced entry. Investigators immediately began questioning whether the killer had been someone known to the family. The husband, William Harrison, had suffered injuries as well, but forensic examination quickly raised doubts about the sequence of events described in the initial narrative surrounding the case. Some injuries appeared inconsistent with defensive wounds from an unexpected attack. Detectives also noticed that certain details inside the house looked arranged after the violence had already occurred. As investigators reconstructed the timeline, they focused heavily on financial records, communications, and personal relationships within the household. What emerged was a picture of mounting pressure hidden beneath the appearance of suburban stability. William Harrison had been facing significant financial stress tied to employment issues and debt. Friends later described tension inside the marriage that had not been publicly visible before the murders. Phone records and computer activity became central to the investigation. Detectives discovered searches and online activity suggesting planning before the killings occurred. There were also inconsistencies in statements given about the final hours before the attack. Certain details changed subtly each time events were retold. The absence of forced entry became one of the most important facts in the case. Investigators concluded that the killer had either been willingly allowed inside or had already been inside the home when the violence began. Combined with the staged appearance of parts of the scene, suspicion increasingly centered on William Harrison himself. The prosecution later argued that the murders were not spontaneous acts of rage, but deliberate killings connected to financial collapse and personal desperation. According to investigators, William Harrison attempted to create confusion around the timeline and severity of events in hopes of delaying suspicion long enough to support an alternate explanation. Forensic evidence contradicted that effort. Blood pattern analysis, movement inside the house, and injury sequencing all suggested the attack unfolded in a way very different from the version initially implied. Investigators believe the crime scene had been partially manipulated afterward to create uncertainty. The case moved steadily toward trial. During proceedings, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the family's final night. Financial strain, marital conflict, and digital evidence formed the backbone of their argument. The defense challenged the interpretation of forensic findings and argued that the case relied too heavily on circumstantial conclusions rather than direct proof. But jurors were shown how every major element aligned toward the same explanation. No intruder evidence existed. No robbery had occurred. No unknown suspect could be placed near the home. Instead, the evidence pointed inward toward someone already trusted within the household. William Harrison was ultimately convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. What disturbed many people about the case was not simply the violence, but the contrast between the outside appearance of the family's life and the reality investigators uncovered afterward. The home stood in a quiet neighborhood where neighbors recalled ordinary routines, snow-covered driveways, and no visible warning signs. Yet behind that normalcy, pressure had been building silently. Cases like this often leave a lasting impact because they overturn assumptions about safety. There was no dark alley, no unknown predator waiting outside, no sudden random encounter. The threat existed within the structure of everyday domestic life itself. The snowfall that night eventually melted. News crews left. The neighborhood returned to routine. But the investigation revealed how carefully appearances can hide collapse until a single night exposes everything underneath. The Harrison family case became another reminder that some of the most devastating crimes begin not with chaos arriving from outside, but with desperation growing quietly behind closed doors until it reaches a point where ordinary life can no longer contain it. Next story. In the early morning hours of August 6th, 2001, the small town of Chillenden in Kent, England, was still dark and quiet when a local man walking near a farmhouse noticed something unusual. The property appeared undisturbed from a distance, but there was an unnatural stillness around it, the kind that only becomes noticeable when daily routine suddenly stops. Inside the house lived Lynn Russell and her two daughters, 6-year-old Megan and 9-year-old Josie. By the end of that day, the farmhouse would become one of the most heavily investigated crime scenes in modern British criminal history. The discovery itself was immediate and horrifying. Inside the home, Lynn Russell and Megan were found dead. Both had suffered extreme violence. Josie, though critically injured, was still alive. She had been left for dead, but somehow survived long enough for emergency services to reach her. Investigators entering the farmhouse quickly realized this was not a burglary gone wrong or a random intrusion carried out in panic. The scene suggested prolonged control over the victims before the killings occurred. The attack had likely begun during an ordinary evening inside the home. There were signs that the victims had been restrained. Objects inside the farmhouse appeared partially disturbed, but valuables had not been taken in any meaningful way. The level of violence far exceeded what investigators typically associated with theft. Detectives began considering whether the offender had entered with a specific intention unrelated to robbery. Because Josie survived, even briefly, the investigation gained something many homicide cases never receive: a witness from inside the attack itself. While recovering in hospital, she described a man entering the house and controlling the family for a significant period before the violence escalated. Her recollection provided investigators with an initial suspect description and reinforced the belief that the offender had acted alone. The case immediately became a national priority. Police established one of the largest investigations in Kent history. Thousands of statements were collected. Men in the surrounding areas were interviewed and, in many cases, DNA tested. The isolation of the farmhouse complicated the search. Anyone familiar with the area could approach and leave without attracting much attention, especially late at night. Months later, investigators focused on a local man named Michael Stone. Stone had a history of violent behavior and previous criminal convictions. Detectives believed his movements and background aligned with the nature of the crime. More importantly, a witness later claimed Stone had confessed details of the murders while in prison. The prosecution argued that Stone entered the farmhouse, restrained the family, and carried out the attack before leaving the scene during the night. They believed the violence reflected both personal instability and predatory opportunity rather than any prior relationship with the victims. The defense strongly challenged the case. Stone denied involvement completely. Questions emerged regarding the reliability of the alleged prison confession and whether police had become too focused on a suspect whose criminal history fit the image of the crime. There was no direct forensic evidence conclusively placing him inside the farmhouse at the time of the murders. Despite those concerns, Michael Stone was convicted in 1998. The case, however, did not end there. Years later, the conviction was overturned due to concerns about evidence disclosure and witness reliability. A retrial followed in 2001, where prosecutors again presented the case against Stone, this time with additional emphasis on behavioral evidence and testimony linked to his statements after the murders. Stone was convicted again and sentenced to life imprisonment. Even after conviction, Debate continued publicly about whether the investigation had reached the correct conclusion. But legally, the case was considered solved, and Stone remains imprisoned. What made the Chillenden murders particularly disturbing was the environment in which they occurred. The farmhouse represented rural safety, isolation from urban violence, and ordinary family life. Yet that isolation also meant vulnerability. There were no nearby witnesses, no passing traffic, no immediate interruption once the attack began. Investigators later reconstructed how the offender likely controlled the household over an extended period before the killings, moving through familiar domestic spaces with terrifying calmness. The survival of Josie Russell became one of the defining elements of the case, not only because she endured the attack, but because her account helped shape the investigation from the earliest hours. Years later, she would recover physically and build a life beyond the crime that nearly killed her. Her survival remained a rare point of light inside a case otherwise defined by brutality and loss. The farmhouse eventually returned to silence after police left and media attention faded. But the events inside it remained fixed in British criminal history because they shattered assumptions about security in quiet places. The attack did not happen in a crowded city street or during some chaotic public event. It happened behind the walls of an ordinary home, during what should have been an ordinary night, in a village where violent crime seemed almost unimaginable until it happened there. Next story. In the summer of 1994, the city of Oak Brook, Illinois, became the center of a murder investigation that at first looked almost impossible to understand because the crime scene itself appeared too clean, too controlled, and too carefully arranged for what had supposedly happened there. Police were called to a suburban home after a frantic emergency report claimed that a woman had been attacked and killed inside her bathroom. When officers arrived, they found 30-year-old Jacqueline Williams dead from a gunshot wound. Her husband, Larry Williams, appeared devastated. He told investigators that masked intruders had entered the home, tied him up, and murdered his wife during a robbery. At first glance, the story seemed possible. Larry had marks on his body consistent with restraints. Parts of the house appeared disturbed, but experienced investigators noticed something unusual almost immediately. The scene lacked the chaos normally associated with a violent home invasion. Drawers had been opened, but valuables remained untouched. There were no signs of forced entry. The timing also seemed strangely convenient. Larry had survived unharmed, while Jacqueline had been killed with precision. The investigation began quietly focusing on him almost from the beginning. Larry Williams was not an ordinary suspect. He was a successful commodities trader, wealthy, polished, and socially respected. He spoke calmly with investigators and appeared cooperative in interviews. But as detectives examined his finances and personal life, a different picture emerged. Beneath the appearance of success, there were signs of severe financial pressure. Large debts had accumulated. Investments had failed. Maintaining the image of wealth had become increasingly difficult. Then investigators discovered something even more important. Larry had taken out substantial life insurance policies connected to Jacqueline. The possibility that the murder had been financially motivated began to dominate the investigation. Detectives reconstructed the timeline of the night and found inconsistencies in Larry's statements. Small details changed when he repeated events. Certain parts of his account could not be verified. The supposed intruders had left behind almost no evidence of their existence. What transformed suspicion into a prosecutable case was the realization that the attack appeared staged from the beginning. Forensic analysis showed that Larry's restraints could likely have been self-applied. The disturbance inside the house looked artificial, as though someone had tried to imitate the appearance of a robbery without understanding how real burglary scenes actually develop. Investigators also determined that Jacqueline had likely trusted the person who approached her before the shooting. There was no indication she had been surprised by strangers forcing entry into the home. As pressure increased, detectives examined Larry's movements, communications, and financial activity in greater detail. They uncovered evidence suggesting planning rather than panic. Insurance policies had been updated. Financial problems were growing worse. The image of the successful suburban couple had begun collapsing long before the murder occurred. The prosecution argued that Larry Williams killed his wife to obtain insurance money and escape financial ruin, then staged the scene to resemble a violent home invasion. The defense insisted there was no direct eyewitness, no confession, and no murder weapon conclusively tying him to the crime. They argued the case relied heavily on interpretation and circumstantial evidence. But circumstantial cases can become powerful when every separate piece points in the same direction. Jurors heard how the alleged intruders had taken almost nothing. They saw how Larry's version of events shifted under questioning. They learned about the financial desperation hidden beneath his public image. Most importantly, they were shown how carefully the crime scene appeared constructed rather than naturally occurring. In 1997, Larry Williams was convicted of murdering Jacqueline Williams and sentenced to life in prison. The case became widely discussed because it reflected a type of crime that deeply unsettles people. Not a random act committed in darkness by a stranger, but a calculated killing hidden behind the appearance of domestic normalcy. The house itself became part of the deception. Everything had been arranged to create a false narrative, from the restraints to the disturbed drawers to the invented story of masked intruders. What investigators ultimately uncovered was not just a murder, but an attempt to manufacture an entirely different reality around it. Jacqueline Williams died inside her own home beside someone she trusted completely. The person responsible believed intelligence, preparation, and staging would be enough to overpower suspicion. But the very effort to control every detail became part of what exposed the truth. Real crime scenes contain disorder, unpredictability, and mistakes. Manufactured ones often reveal too much planning. By the time the trial ended, the story of unknown intruders had fully collapsed. In its place remained a quieter and far more disturbing explanation. The danger had not entered the house from outside that night. It had already been living there. Next story. In March of 2007, long before investigators understood they were dealing with one of the most disturbing family murder cases in modern British history, emergency workers were called to an ordinary house in the quiet town of Market Deeping, Lincolnshire, England. The call came after concerns spread through the neighborhood over smoke coming from inside the home. At first, it looked like a tragic domestic fire, the kind that occasionally appears in local news before disappearing from public attention within days. But once firefighters entered the building, the situation changed immediately. Inside the upstairs bedrooms, they discovered the bodies of two young boys, 6-year-old Ben and 2-year-old Max nearby, was their mother, Claire Wilson, severely injured but still alive. The father, Mark Wilson, was not in the house when emergency services arrived. What initially appeared to be a fire accident quickly transformed into a homicide investigation because the injuries found on the children could not be explained by smoke or flames alone. Detectives soon learned that the fire had not been the cause of death. The boys had been killed before the blaze began. Investigators secured the home and began reconstructing the final hours inside the house. Fire scenes are often difficult to process because heat, smoke, and water damage can destroy evidence. But in this case, enough remained intact to reveal something important very early. The fire itself appeared deliberate, set after the violence had already occurred. Attention turned toward Mark Wilson almost immediately. He later claimed that he had left the house after an argument and returned to find the scene unfolding. But detectives noticed inconsistencies in his timeline and behavior. Witnesses described escalating tension inside the marriage in the months before the murders. Financial problems had also begun affecting the family. Friends later told investigators that beneath the appearance of normal suburban life, the relationship had become increasingly unstable. Forensic examination of the home revealed evidence of movement and staging inconsistent with Mark's account. Investigators believed the fire had been started to delay discovery and complicate the investigation. But instead of destroying the truth, it highlighted planning. Digital evidence became crucial. Police examined computers, phone records, and searches connected to the household. They discovered signs that Mark Wilson had been researching methods related to fire and household incidents before the murders occurred. Combined with inconsistencies in his statements, investigators began building a case suggesting premeditation rather than emotional collapse. The prosecution later argued that Mark Wilson killed his children and attempted to murder his wife before setting the fire to conceal the crime and create the appearance of tragedy rather than homicide. The motive, according to prosecutors, involved a combination of marital breakdown, financial pressure, and personal resentment that had been growing privately over time. Claire Wilson survived long enough to provide investigators with critical information about the attack inside the home. Her account contradicted the narrative Mark attempted to establish and helped prosecutors reconstruct the sequence of events more clearly. At trial, the defense challenged aspects of the timeline and argued that emotional instability had affected Mark's actions. But the physical evidence inside the house strongly supported the prosecution's reconstruction. The fire had not been accidental. The violence had begun before it. Jurors heard testimony about the deliberate setting of the blaze, the injuries suffered by the victims, and the attempts to create confusion afterward. They also saw how carefully investigators had separated fire damage from evidence related directly to the killings, allowing the original crime to emerge despite the destruction. Mark Wilson was convicted of murder and attempted murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. What made the case especially haunting was how ordinary the setting appeared from the outside. The house stood in a calm residential area where neighbors later described hearing nothing unusual before emergency vehicles arrived. The contrast between the peaceful appearance of the neighborhood and the brutality inside the home became one of the defining aspects of the investigation. The attempt to disguise murder as accidental tragedy failed because investigators recognized early that the fire was not the beginning of the story. It was the final act in an effort to erase what had already happened. Cases like this remain difficult to forget because they reveal how quickly the image of domestic safety can collapse under closer examination. There were no strangers forcing entry, no random attack from outside. The danger came from within the household itself, hidden behind routine family life, until a single night exposed it completely. By the time the trial ended, the smoke and fire that first drew attention to the house had become secondary details. The real focus was what happened before the flames ever started, inside rooms where trust had existed until violence replaced it forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beauty queen who was found dead in her own home on Christmas night, about a 6-year-old girl whose case became one of America's most infamous unsolved mysteries, and about how a family tragedy turned into decades of speculation, false accusations, and heartbreak that continues to this day. On December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey called 911 in Boulder, Colorado, claiming she found a ransom note saying her 6-year-old daughter JonBenet had been kidnapped. The note was lengthy, nearly 3 pages long, demanding $118,000 for JonBenet's safe return. The amount was oddly specific and happened to be almost exactly the amount of John Ramsey's recent bonus from his company. Police arrived at the Ramsey home and began treating it as a kidnapping case. But the situation was strange from the beginning. The ransom note was written on paper from a notepad inside the Ramsey home, using a pen that was also from the house. The note was unusually long for a ransom demand and contained phrases that seemed theatrical and unlike typical ransom notes. John Ramsey, JonBenet's father, and several friends searched the house while police secured the scene. Hours after the initial 911 call, John Ramsey went down to the basement and made a horrifying discovery. JonBenet's body was lying on the floor of a small storage room. She had duct tape over her mouth, a cord around her neck, and her wrists were loosely tied. John immediately picked up his daughter and carried her upstairs, inadvertently contaminating the crime scene. The medical examiner determined that JonBenet had died from strangulation and had also suffered a severe blow to her head. There was evidence suggesting she may have been sexually assaulted. The brutality of the crime against such a young child shocked investigators and the nation. The case immediately became a media sensation, partly because of JonBenét's involvement in child beauty pageants. Photos and videos of the little girl dressed in elaborate costumes, wearing makeup, and performing on stage were broadcast nationally. Some people were disturbed by the pageant culture and wondered if it had somehow contributed to what happened. Others simply couldn't look away from the tragic story of a beautiful child found dead in her own home. As police investigated, they focused heavily on JonBenét's family. The Boulder Police Department believed someone in the household was responsible for her death. The ransom note, written from inside the home, seemed staged. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing was actually stolen from the house. The oddly specific ransom amount matching John's bonus seemed too coincidental. Investigators theorized that something had happened in the home that night, possibly an accident or a moment of rage, and that the ransom note had been written to cover it up and make it look like an intruder had taken JonBenet. Patsy Ramsey became a particular focus because handwriting experts said she could not be eliminated as the author of the ransom note. The Ramsey family maintained their innocence from the beginning. They insisted an intruder had entered their home while they slept, attacked JonBenet, and left the ransom note. They pointed out that there was DNA evidence found on JonBenet's clothing that didn't match any family member. They hired lawyers and investigators to help clear their names. Public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed the family was involved and had orchestrated an elaborate cover-up. Others believed an intruder theory made more sense and that the family was being unfairly targeted. The media coverage was relentless, with every detail of the case analyzed and debated endlessly on television and in newspapers. JonBenet's 9-year-old brother Burke was also scrutinized, with some theories suggesting he might have accidentally hurt his sister and the parents covered it up. Burke was interviewed by investigators, but was never charged with anything. Years later, he would sue multiple media outlets for defamation over theories that implicated him. The investigation was plagued with problems from the start. The crime scene had been contaminated when John moved JonBenet's body and when friends were allowed to walk through the house. Evidence collection was not handled properly in some instances. The Boulder Police Department had limited experience with homicide cases and made mistakes that would later be criticized. In 1999, a grand jury heard evidence in the case and voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death and being accessories to a crime. However, the district attorney at the time decided there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute and declined to sign the indictment. This decision wasn't publicly known until years later. In 2003, a federal judge reviewing the case concluded that the evidence was more consistent with an intruder theory than with family involvement. New DNA testing technology had become available, and additional testing continued to find DNA from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. In 2006, a man named John Markar confessed to ending JonBenet's life and was arrested in Thailand. The case seemed solved until DNA testing proved Carr could not have been the perpetrator. His DNA didn't match the evidence, and his confession was filled with details that were provably false. He was released, and the case remained unsolved. Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer in 2006, just months before Carr's false confession. She never saw her name officially cleared, though in 2008, the Boulder District Attorney publicly apologized to the Ramsey family, stating that new DNA evidence had convinced prosecutors the family was not involved. The apology was based on advanced DNA testing that found genetic material from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. John Ramsey has spent decades trying to clear his family's name and push for continued investigation of the case. He believes an intruder was responsible and that police made up their minds too early that the family was involved, causing them to miss other leads and suspects. Burke Ramsey has largely stayed out of the public eye, but gave a rare interview in 2016 where he maintained his family had nothing to do with his sister's death. He has filed multiple lawsuits against media personalities and production companies who suggested he was involved. The case remains officially unsolved. The Boulder Police Department says it continues to investigate and follows up on tips and new technology. In recent years, there have been calls to use genealogical DNA databases, similar to what solved other cold cases, to try to identify the unknown male whose DNA was found on JonBenet. JonBenet Ramsey would have been in her 30s today. Instead, her life ended at age 6 in the basement of her own home on Christmas night. Whether she was taken by an intruder or harmed by someone she knew, the truth remains elusive nearly 3 decades later. Her case became a symbol of media sensationalism, flawed investigation, and a lasting pain of unsolved tragedy. A little girl in a tiara became one of America's most famous victims, but justice for JonBenet remains frustratingly out of reach. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing teacher in a quiet suburban community. A case that initially seemed like someone simply disappearing during an ordinary evening, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months piecing together. In the fall of 2006, the town of Overland Park, Kansas, was known for its quiet neighborhoods, kept streets, and strong school system. Among the teachers working in the district was 33-year-old English instructor Amanda Hayes. Amanda taught at a local high school and had built a reputation among students as someone who was patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Her routine rarely changed. She usually stayed after school grading papers or helping students before driving home to the small house she had purchased several years earlier. Because her schedule was so consistent, people noticed quickly when something unusual happened. On the evening of October 3rd, Amanda finished grading assignments in her classroom before leaving the school building. Around 6:10 p.m., security cameras captured her walking through the parking lot and getting into her compact car. She drove away toward the main road that led through town. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Amanda failed to arrive home that evening, her sister attempted to call her several times, but received no answer. By the following morning, when Amanda also failed to appear at school and had not responded to messages from colleagues, concern began to grow. School administrators contacted police later that day. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Amanda's route after leaving the school. Traffic cameras along the road showed her car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a small shopping plaza that she did not normally visit. Investigators checked security footage from the businesses in that plaza. One camera showed Amanda's car entering the parking lot around 6:25 p.m., but the recording did not clearly show what happened next. 2 days later, a maintenance worker discovered Amanda's car parked behind a closed furniture warehouse several blocks away from the plaza. The vehicle was locked, but detectives immediately noticed something troubling inside. Amanda's purse and phone were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seatbelt. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Amanda's personal and professional relationships. Friends described her life as stable and routine. She had no known conflicts at work and no recent financial problems. However, one name appeared repeatedly during interviews with coworkers. It was a former colleague named Daniel Brooks. Brooks had previously taught at the same high school, but had left the district several months earlier after disciplinary issues involving inappropriate behavior with staff members. Records showed that Amanda had reported one of those incidents to school administrators. Detectives located Brooks and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had once worked with Amanda, but insisted they had not spoken since he left the school. He also claimed he had been at home the evening she disappeared, but investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. Cell phone records showed Brooks's phone traveling through the same shopping plaza where Amanda's car had been seen turning shortly after she left work. When detectives confronted him with that information, he claimed he had simply been driving through the area on his way to visit a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but was not enough on its own. A search warrant was obtained for Brooks's vehicle, a dark sedan that matched a car partially visible in the shopping plaza surveillance footage. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Amanda's car seats. Even more concerning were faint blood traces that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the trunk lining. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. With the forensic evidence connecting his car to the missing teacher, Brooks was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives presented the lab results along with the phone records, placing him near the plaza that evening. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Brooks admitted that he had contacted Amanda earlier that day, asking to meet and talk about the report she had made against him months earlier. According to his statement, the two met in the shopping plaza parking lot shortly after she left school. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Brooks attacked Amanda. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving her body away from the area and abandoning her car behind the warehouse. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location where he had taken her. Detectives followed him to a remote section of woodland nearly 25 miles outside Overland Park. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains were later confirmed to be Amanda Hayes. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the shopping plaza showed Amanda's car arriving at the meeting location. Phone records placed Brooks at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Brooks took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Brooks was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Amanda Hayes' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Students and colleagues at the school later organized a small scholarship in her name to honor the dedication she had shown to teaching. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how a case that began with almost no clear evidence could eventually be solved through persistence and careful analysis of small details. It turned into an unfamiliar parking lot, a few fibers inside a vehicle, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a modest brick house in Ipswich, England, a man who worked steady jobs, paid his bills, and blended into the rhythm of an ordinary neighborhood. His name was Steve Wright, and for years he moved through life without attracting attention, someone neighbors recognized but did not think about. He had worked as a steward on ships, a bartender, a truck driver. His employment history was uneven but not remarkable. He had relationships that began and ended. He rented rooms. He kept to himself. Nothing about his daily routine suggested that he was about to become the center of one of the largest murder investigations in Suffolk's history. In late 2006, Ipswich was a town moving at its usual pace. It was not known for violent crime on a national scale. But in early December, a body was discovered in a rural area near Leamington. The victim was a young woman. Within days, a second body was found, then a third. Over the course of 10 days, the bodies of 5 women were discovered in the countryside surrounding Ipswich. Each victim had been reported missing. Each had connections to street-level sex work in the area. The pattern formed quickly. The police recognized immediately that they were likely dealing with a serial offender operating within a concentrated time frame. The scale of the investigation expanded rapidly. Suffolk police launched one of the largest manhunts in modern British policing. Hundreds of officers were assigned. Roads were closed. Rural areas were searched methodically. Forensic teams processed each scene with extreme care, documenting soil samples, fibers, tire marks, and any trace evidence that might survive exposure to winter conditions. The victims had been left in outdoor locations, but investigators understood that transport had occurred. That meant vehicles, surfaces, and contact points existed somewhere beyond the dump sites. Investigators began reconstructing the victims' last known movements. They examined CCTV footage from areas known for street sex work. They interviewed other women working in the same locations. They studied mobile phone data, identifying calls and text messages sent in the hours before each disappearance. Patterns emerged. Some of the victims had been seen entering vehicles with men. Descriptions were vague but consistent in tone: older, quiet, unremarkable. Forensic analysis became critical. Advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to recover microscopic traces from the victims' bodies and clothing. Even though the bodies had been exposed to outdoor conditions, careful laboratory work identified genetic material belonging to a single male contributor. This discovery narrowed the field dramatically. Investigators began cross-referencing DNA databases and reviewing individuals previously arrested or questioned in the region. Meanwhile, officers canvassed neighborhoods near known prostitution areas. They conducted house-to-house inquiries. They asked residents about vehicles, late-night activity, unusual behavior. In one of these canvasses, attention turned towards Steve Wright. He lived in the red light district itself, an area frequented by the victims. His proximity alone did not establish guilt, but it established opportunity. Detectives quietly began gathering information about him. They learned he had prior interactions with some of the victims. Witnesses placed him in areas near the disappearance sites. Surveillance began. Investigators monitored his movements. They collected discarded items to obtain a DNA sample legally. When laboratory analysis compared Wright's DNA to the genetic material recovered from the victims, the results matched. The probability of coincidence was statistically negligible. The forensic link was direct and powerful. Steve Wright was arrested on December 19, 2006. During questioning, he denied involvement. He admitted knowing some of the women, but claimed his interactions were limited and consensual. He could not explain the forensic evidence linking him to multiple victims. Prosecutors prepared a case built heavily on scientific findings. The absence of eyewitnesses to the killings meant that forensic reconstruction would carry significant weight. The trial began in January 2008 at Ipswich Crown Court. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence linking Wright to all 5 victims. They explained how fibers from his home were found on the victims' clothing. They presented CCTV footage, placing his vehicle near relevant locations. They reconstructed timelines based on phone records and witness statements. The defense argued that while Wright had known some of the women, there was no direct evidence proving he killed them. They challenged interpretations of forensic material and suggested alternative explanations. The jury examined the cumulative weight of evidence. Each forensic link reinforced the others. Each timeline alignment strengthened the pattern. After deliberation, the jury found Steve Wright guilty of murdering all 5 women. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a whole life order, meaning he will never be released. What made this case especially significant was the speed and coordination of the investigation. Within weeks of the first discovery, police had identified, arrested, and charged the suspect. Modern forensic science, including DNA profiling, played a decisive role. Without it, the case might have remained unresolved, dependent on circumstantial witness accounts. Instead, microscopic biological traces carried the truth from crime scene to courtroom. Today, Steve Wright remains incarcerated in the United Kingdom. The case left a lasting impact on Ipswich, prompting discussions about the safety of vulnerable populations and the resources allocated to protect them. It also demonstrated how rapid mobilization, forensic precision, and coordinated investigative work can stop a serial offender before more lives are lost. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who vanished quietly, a disappearance that sat unresolved for decades, hidden inside an ordinary object, waiting silently while the world moved on. This is a true crime story about secrecy, patience, and how the past sometimes refuses to stay buried, no matter how carefully it is hidden. In the early 1960s, Rana Marroquin was a 26-year-old immigrant living in New York. She had come from El Salvador seeking stability and opportunity, like many others at the time. She was described as gentle, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family back home. She wrote letters regularly, sending money when she could, always expressing plans for the future. Reina worked in a textile factory, earning modest wages, sharing rooms, and building a life slowly and carefully. She was not reckless. She did not live dramatically. She followed routines. At some point, Reina began a relationship with her married supervisor, a man named Frederick Hart. He was older, established, and powerful within her workplace. The relationship was secretive, unequal, and dangerous in ways Reina likely did not fully understand at first. When she became pregnant, everything changed. Reina reportedly believed Frederick would leave his wife. She spoke about a future where they could be together openly. To her, the pregnancy was a beginning. To Frederick, it was a threat. In the spring of 1969, Reina suddenly stopped contacting her family. Letters ceased. Money transfers ended. For her relatives in El Salvador, communication delays were not unusual, but months passed, then years. Eventually, hope gave way to grief. Without proof, Reina was assumed lost to time, another immigrant swallowed by the anonymity of a large city. No missing person report was filed. No investigation began. Reina disappeared quietly. 32 years later, in 1999, a man named Patrick McLaughlin purchased a property in Jericho, New York. The house was old and in need of repairs. As Patrick worked in the backyard, he noticed something unusual beneath the soil, an old metal drum, heavily rusted, partially buried. Assuming it was leftover junk, he attempted to move it. The drum was extremely heavy. When he opened it, he was met with a smell that told him immediately this was not trash. Inside the barrel were human remains. The discovery shocked investigators. The remains were remarkably preserved due to the sealed container and chemicals inside. Forensic experts determined the victim was a young woman who had been murdered decades earlier. There were signs of strangulation. There was evidence of pregnancy. The case became known as the Barrel Girl murder. At first, no one knew who she was. Investigators reconstructed her face using forensic modeling. They released images to the public, hoping someone would recognize her. Leads trickled in slowly. Some went nowhere. Others contradicted each other. The victim had lived long enough ago that memories were faint, records incomplete, witnesses aging or dead. Still, the case moved forward. Isotope testing of her bones suggested she was not born in the United States. Dental work indicated she had spent part of her life in Central America. Gradually, through a combination of science and persistence, investigators identified her as Reina Marroquin. Now they had a name, but the killer was still free. The property where the barrel was found had once belonged to Frederick Hart. Frederick had died years earlier. At first, that seemed like the end of the trail. But investigators did not stop. They examined Frederick's life closely. They uncovered the affair. They learned about the pregnancy. They spoke to his former wife. And then, something remarkable happened. Frederick's widow began talking. She described strange behavior from decades earlier. She recalled a sudden new barrel appearing in the yard. She remembered Frederick insisting it never be moved. She remembered fear, confusion, and silence. Over time, she revealed that Frederick had confessed to her privately that he had killed Reina after she became pregnant, strangling her during an argument and panicking afterward. He had placed her body inside the drum and buried it in the yard. For decades, the barrel remained untouched, blending into the background of suburban life. Children played nearby. Seasons passed. Owners changed. Life continued. The truth waited. Although Frederick Hart could never be tried, the case was officially closed in 2011, more than 40 years after Reina's murder. Her death was finally acknowledged. Her story was finally told. Her family, long without answers, received confirmation of what had happened to her. Reina Marroquin was laid to rest with her name restored. This story lingers because of its stillness, because nothing exploded, nothing unraveled quickly. No frantic chase occurred. Instead, a crime waited patiently beneath the earth, sealed inside metal, protected by silence and time. It reminds us that justice does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes slowly, carried forward by chance, science, and the refusal to forget those who disappeared quietly. And even after decades, truth can still rise. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet evening in a suburban neighborhood, but slowly revealed a calculated act of violence hidden behind someone who had spent years building the image of a normal, trustworthy neighbor. In the summer of 2006, the town of Cary, North Carolina was known for its calm neighborhoods and steady growth. Families moved there for good schools, quiet streets, and the feeling that it was a place where serious crime rarely happened. On the evening of July 14th, 31-year-old accountant Daniel Reeves left his office just after 6 o'clock and began the short drive back to the house he shared with his wife. Daniel had worked for the same accounting firm for nearly a decade and was known as someone who kept a predictable routine. Most evenings he arrived home shortly after 6:30, had dinner, and spent the rest of the night relaxing or catching up on paperwork. That evening he never made it home. At first his wife assumed he had been delayed at work, but when the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, concern began to grow. By the next morning, when he still had not returned and had also failed to appear at his office, she contacted police to report him missing. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Daniel's last known movements. Security cameras from his office building showed him leaving the parking garage at 6:12 p.m. Traffic cameras along his normal route confirmed that his car had passed through 2 nearby intersections. After that point, the trail went cold. Later that afternoon, officers discovered Daniel's vehicle parked along a quiet side road less than 3 miles from his home. The car was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. However, investigators noticed something troubling when they looked inside. Daniel's wallet and phone were still sitting on the passenger seat. People rarely abandon both items voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. A faint smear of blood was discovered along the edge of the driver's seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The discovery immediately escalated the case from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Daniel's personal and professional life. Co-workers described him as respected and easy to work with. Financial records showed no signs of debt or disputes. His family relationships were stable and supportive. For several days, investigators struggled to find any motive or suspect connected to his disappearance. The break in the case came from a witness who lived near the road where Daniel's car had been found. The neighbor told police that on the night Daniel disappeared, he had seen 2 vehicles stopped along the roadside around 7 o'clock. One of them appeared to be Daniel's sedan. The other was a dark SUV that the witness did not recognize. He remembered the vehicle because it had remained there for several minutes before both cars suddenly drove away. Detectives began canvassing the area looking for surveillance footage that might capture the SUV. A camera from a nearby gas station recorded a vehicle matching the description driving past the intersection shortly after the time Daniel's car had been seen on the roadside. Investigators traced the vehicle's license plate. The SUV belonged to a man named Kevin Mercer. Mercer lived only 2 blocks from Daniel's home. At first, the connection seemed strange. Mercer was a 40-year-old property manager who had lived in the neighborhood for several years. Most neighbors described him as friendly and helpful. He occasionally attended community meetings and had even helped organize neighborhood improvement projects. Detectives brought Mercer in for questioning. During the interview, he acknowledged that he knew Daniel casually from the neighborhood, but insisted he had not seen him recently. Mercer claimed he had spent the evening at home watching television, but investigators soon discovered problems with his timeline. Cell phone records showed Mercer's phone traveling through the same area where Daniel's car had been found at almost the exact time the witness reported seeing the 2 vehicles together. When confronted with that information, Mercer said he had simply been driving through the area on his way back from running errands. The explanation did not fully convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Mercer's SUV. Inside the cargo area, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the fabric from Daniel's car seats. Even more significant were tiny traces of blood embedded in the rear floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. With the evidence mounting against Mercer was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his SUV beside Daniel's car. Mercer's story began to change. Eventually, he admitted that he had confronted Daniel that evening about a financial dispute involving a property investment. According to Mercer's statement, the two men had argued on the roadside after Mercer forced Daniel to pull over. The confrontation quickly escalated into violence. Investigators believe Mercer attacked Daniel during the argument and later attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area. After several hours of questioning, Mercer finally revealed the location where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 20 miles outside Cary. There they discovered Daniel's remains concealed beneath brush and soil. The discovery allowed prosecutors to move forward with formal murder charges. During the trial, investigators reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. Surveillance footage from traffic cameras showed Mercer following Daniel's vehicle shortly after he left work. Witness testimony placed both vehicles on the roadside where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts explained how blood traces and fibers inside the SUV connected Mercer directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the fight had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Mercer took afterward to conceal the body and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Kevin Mercer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves's family, the conviction provided some measure of justice after months of uncertainty. Friends and neighbors remembered him as someone who had built his life around quiet routines and strong relationships within the community. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the most ordinary-looking situations can hide darker motives beneath the surface. A single witness noticing two vehicles stopped along a road, combined with careful forensic work, eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would never be discovered. And in the end, it was those small observations and patient investigative work that ensured the truth could not remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the system, trusted the people around her, and trusted that if something went wrong, someone would notice. This is a true crime story about patience, control, and how a murderer can hide behind routine and politeness for years while an entire life quietly collapses around him. In the early 2000s, in the quiet suburbs of California, Elaine O'Hara lived a life that appeared fragile but functional. She was intelligent, introspective, and deeply private. Elaine struggled with mental health issues, including depression, but she also had a rich inner world. She loved writing, walking near water, and spending time alone. She was someone who thought deeply and trusted selectively. Those close to her knew she had moments of darkness, but they also knew she was thoughtful and gentle, not reckless or impulsive. Elaine did not crave chaos. She craved connection. During this time, she met a man named Graham Dwyer through an online forum. Graham presented himself as confident, successful, and emotionally steady. He worked as an architect, had a stable career, and lived what appeared to be a disciplined, respectable life. He was married. He had children. From the outside, Graham looked like someone rooted firmly in reality. What Elaine did not see immediately was how carefully Graham controlled the version of himself he showed to others. Their conversations began slowly. They talked about ideas, emotions, personal struggles. Graham listened closely. He asked questions. He mirrored her thoughts. He gave Elaine the feeling of being truly seen. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Graham introduced darker themes into their conversations. Power, submission, fantasy. He framed these ideas as consensual, intellectual, and safe. But beneath the language was manipulation. Graham began setting rules. He tested boundaries. He encouraged secrecy. He pushed Elaine to isolate parts of her life from others, framing this isolation as intimacy. He convinced her that what they shared could not be understood by outsiders. Slowly, subtly, Elaine's emotional world began revolving around him. In 2012, Elaine disappeared. At first, It seemed plausible that she had gone away on her own. She had done so before during periods of emotional distress. But days passed, then weeks, then months. Her phone stopped connecting to cell towers. Her bank accounts went silent. No one heard from her. Elaine was reported missing. Searches were conducted. Investigators examined her habits, her journals, her online activity. They found writings that spoke about emotional pain, but also plans for the future. There was nothing indicating a final goodbye, nothing indicating she intended to vanish permanently. As the investigation deepened, Graham Dwyer appeared cooperative, calm, helpful. He spoke logically. He framed Elaine as emotionally unstable, suggesting she may have harmed herself. He expressed concern without urgency. He positioned himself as a reasonable voice amid uncertainty. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Phone data showed that Graham and Elaine had been in contact far more frequently than he admitted. GPS data placed Graham's phone in remote rural areas at unusual times. There were gaps in Elaine's final movements that pointed toward planning rather than impulsive action. What investigators uncovered next changed everything. During a search of a reservoir, authorities discovered human remains. Partial, whether by time and water. Forensic testing confirmed they belonged to Elaine O'Hara. The location was not random. It was secluded, difficult to access, and required familiarity. Evidence began stacking quietly, piece by piece. Police recovered items from the water nearby. Tools, objects connected to Graham. Some were traced back to purchases he had made. Others matched descriptions from Elaine's writings that described fear, control, and a growing sense of danger. Graham was arrested. At trial, the full picture emerged. Graham had not lost control. He had planned meticulously. He used emotional manipulation to normalize violence in Elaine's mind before ever committing it physically. He controlled the narrative. He controlled the timing. He chose a location he believed would hide the truth forever. Elaine had trusted him. In court, Graham showed little emotion. He maintained his composure. He focused on technicalities. He avoided responsibility. Prosecutors dismantled his image carefully, revealing how he compartmentalized his life, presenting himself as a family man while maintaining a secret world built on dominance and control. In 2015, Graham Dwyer was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Elaine O'Hara's story did not end with her disappearance. It continues because of what it reveals. How danger does not always come loudly. How it can arrive politely. How it can speak softly, offer understanding, and slowly reshape someone's sense of safety until escape feels impossible. This story stays with people because it is not about chaos. It is about patience. It is about how evil can wait. It is about how trust, once weaponized, becomes the most powerful tool of all. And it is about a woman who deserved protection, truth, and peace long before the system finally listened. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a young woman after an ordinary evening out. A case that at first appeared to have almost no clear suspects, but slowly unfolded into a careful investigation that revealed a hidden act of violence. In the summer of 2007, the city of Lincoln, Nebraska moved through the warm evenings that often kept restaurants and small entertainment districts busy long after sunset. Among the people enjoying that quiet rhythm of the city was 27-year-old office administrator Nicole Harris. Nicole worked for a small insurance agency located downtown and had lived in Lincoln for most of her life. Friends describe her as dependable and organized, someone who usually kept a predictable routine during the week. After work, she often met friends for dinner or stopped by a nearby cafe before returning to the small apartment she rented only a few blocks from the office. On the evening of June 14th, Nicole finished work around 5:30 and later met a friend at a small restaurant not far from downtown. The two talked for nearly an hour before Nicole said she planned to stop by a grocery store on her way home. Security cameras at the store showed her entering shortly after 7. She purchased a few basic items and walked out carrying a single bag. The footage showed her loading the groceries into the passenger seat of her car before driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Nicole failed to return home, that night her roommate initially believed she might have gone to visit family or spend the evening with friends. But by the following morning, when her phone continued going straight to voicemail, and she had also missed work, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted that afternoon, and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Nicole's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed her car traveling along the road that normally led toward her apartment. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a large parking lot behind a closed office building several blocks away from her usual route. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why she would stop there. 2 days later, a security guard working nearby noticed Nicole's car still sitting in that same parking lot and contacted police. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several details that raised concern. Nicole's purse was still sitting on the passenger seat, and the grocery bag remained on the floor near the dashboard. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Using specialized lighting, they discovered faint traces of blood along the edge of the driver's seat and near the door handle. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Nicole's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described her as friendly and reliable. Friends said she had not mentioned any recent conflicts or threats. For several days, investigators struggled to find any clear suspect. The first significant lead came from a witness who lived in an apartment building overlooking the parking lot where Nicole's car had been found. The witness reported seeing a dark pickup truck parked next to Nicole's vehicle on the evening she disappeared. According to the witness, the truck remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the truck. After reviewing recordings from several cameras, they located footage showing a similar vehicle leaving the area shortly after the time Nicole had arrived. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The truck belonged to a man named Andrew Collins. Collins was 39 years old and worked as a maintenance contractor for several commercial properties around the city. Records showed that he had recently completed repair work at the office building where Nicole worked. Detectives contacted Collins and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had visited Nicole's office building for maintenance jobs, but insisted he barely knew her. He also claimed he had been working in another part of the city the evening she disappeared. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his story. Cell phone records placed Collins in the exact area of the parking lot at around the same time Nicole's car had been seen turning into the lot. When detectives confronted him with that information, he said he had simply been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation did not convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Collins's pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Nicole's car seats. Even more significant were faint traces of blood on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole Harris. With the evidence connecting his truck directly to the missing woman, Collins was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with a witness statement, placing his vehicle beside Nicole's car. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Collins admitted that he had encountered Nicole in the parking lot that evening. According to his statement, he approached her while she was sitting in her car and attempted to start a conversation. Investigators believe he had recognized her from the office building where he had worked weeks earlier. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Nicole fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces found inside the vehicle and inside Collins's truck. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Collins attempted to hide the crime by transporting her body away from the area. After continued questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of farmland nearly 40 miles outside Lincoln. There, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and tall grass. The remains were later confirmed to be Nicole Harris. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Nicole leaving the grocery store, arriving at the parking lot, and encountering Collins. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected his vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Collins took afterward to conceal the body and clean his truck. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Andrew Collins was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Nicole Harris's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and co-workers remembered her as someone who had built a quiet life around routine and strong friendships. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no evidence can eventually be solved through careful attention to small details. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared to be the perfect husband, the perfect father, and the perfect neighbor. A man whose social media showed smiling photos, loving captions, and a quiet suburban life. And how, behind that carefully constructed image, he committed one of the most chilling family murders in modern American history. In August 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Sean Ann and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked stable. Chris worked as an oil field operator. Sean Ann was active on social media, documenting their family life in detail. Their home was neat, modern, and located in a quiet neighborhood filled with families just like theirs. But behind the scenes, the marriage was collapsing. Chris had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The relationship wasn't casual. It was intense, emotional, and consuming. Chris started imagining a life without his wife, without his children, and without the responsibilities he felt were trapping him. He didn't want a divorce. He didn't want shared custody. He wanted a clean slate. On the night of August 12, 2018, Sean Ann returned home from a business trip just after 1:45 a.m. She was 15 weeks pregnant. The house was quiet. The girls were asleep upstairs. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later be pieced together through digital evidence, phone records, security footage, and Chris's own shifting confessions. Sometime in the early morning hours, Chris killed Sean Ann. He later claimed they had an emotional conversation about separation, but evidence showed no sign of a prolonged argument. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of struggle. Sean Ann was strangled in their bed. After killing his wife, Chris turned his attention to his daughters. Bella and Celeste were still alive. Chris later admitted that he smothered them one by one. Bella, the older child, fought back. She asked him if he was going to do the same thing to her that he had done to her mother. Those words would haunt investigators long after the case was closed. By sunrise, his entire family was dead. Chris loaded their bodies into his truck. He placed Sean Ann face down on the floor, wrapped in a sheet. He placed his daughter's bodies in the back seat. He then drove nearly an hour to an oil site owned by his employer, a location he had specifically chosen ahead of time. At the site, he buried Sean Ann in a shallow grave. Then he placed Bella and Celeste separately into two massive oil storage tanks, forcing their bodies through small openings designed for equipment, not people. He sealed the tanks and left for work as if nothing had happened. By mid-morning, Shanann's friend became concerned when she couldn't reach her. Sean Ann was punctual, communicative, and dependable. She missed appointments. She stopped responding to messages. Her friend contacted the police for a welfare check before Chris even returned home from work. When officers arrived, Chris appeared calm. Too calm. He told them Sean Ann had taken the girls to a friend's house after an argument. He said he didn't know where she went. But inside the house, everything was still there. Her car, her purse, her phone, her medications. Nothing suggested a planned departure. The cracks formed immediately. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it. Phone records showed he had been texting his mistress during and after the murders. His behavior during media interviews was unsettling. He smiled. He avoided emotion. He asked for his family's safe return while knowing exactly where their bodies were. Within days, investigators confronted him with the inconsistencies. Chris broke. First, he claimed Shannon had killed the children, and he killed her in rage. That story collapsed under scrutiny. Forensic evidence contradicted it. The autopsies told a different story. Finally, Chris confessed to killing all three. The truth was worse than anyone expected. Investigators discovered the burial site. They recovered Shannon's body. Extracting the children from the oil tanks was one of the most disturbing recovery operations many responders had ever experienced. The oil had damaged their skin. The scene was traumatic even for seasoned professionals. Chris Watts was charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, including the unlawful termination of a pregnancy. The motive was painfully simple. He wanted a new life. He wanted freedom. He wanted to erase his responsibilities instead of facing them. In November 2018, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences. He was transferred to a prison in Wisconsin for his own safety, where he remains incarcerated. The Watts case shook the public not because of complexity, but because of familiarity. This wasn't a drifter. This wasn't a stranger. This was a husband, a father, a man who tucked his children into bed and killed them hours later. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a driven woman, and a loving friend. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, affectionate children who trusted their father completely. Their lives were reduced to a cautionary tale about how violence can exist behind the most ordinary doors. The case serves as a reminder that appearances mean nothing, that people can live double lives in plain sight, and that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone trusts the most. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing pharmacist after closing his store for the night. A disappearance that at first seemed like a man simply stepping away from routine, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered piece by piece. In the winter of 2005, the city of Des Moines, Iowa moved through cold evenings where most businesses shut down early and streets emptied quickly. Among the few places that stayed open late was a small independent pharmacy owned by 37-year-old Daniel Reeves. Daniel had built the store over several years and was known by customers as careful, polite, and extremely consistent in his daily routine. Every evening, he followed the same pattern. He closed the pharmacy around 8:30 p.m., completed inventory checks, locked the doors, and walked to his car park just behind the building. Because of that strict routine, his absence stood out immediately when something went wrong. On the night of January 18th, Daniel finished closing the store shortly before 9. A regular customer who had left just minutes earlier later recalled seeing him through the front window counting receipts. Security cameras from a nearby business captured Daniel locking the front door and walking toward the rear parking lot at approximately 8:57 p.m. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel did not arrive home that night, his wife initially assumed he had stayed late at the store. But when repeated calls went unanswered and the pharmacy remained closed the following morning, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the area. Cameras showed Daniel's car leaving the rear parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to his home. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing along his usual route, the car turned toward a quiet service road that led to a cluster of storage facilities and closed warehouses. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Daniel's car was discovered parked behind an unused storage building in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Daniel's wallet and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Daniel's business records and recent transactions. One detail quickly stood out. The pharmacy had recently reported a series of missing prescription medications, including controlled substances that were tightly regulated. Daniel had begun documenting discrepancies and was preparing to report them formally. Investigators focused on employees and individuals who had access to the pharmacy. One name surfaced repeatedly. A former employee named Kevin Morales had been dismissed several weeks earlier after inconsistencies were discovered in inventory logs during his shifts. According to records, Daniel had been directly involved in that decision. Detectives located Morales and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the pharmacy, but insisted he had not been there since losing his job. He claimed he had spent the night of January 18th at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Morales' phone near the pharmacy shortly after closing time, and later near the same storage area where Daniel's car had been found. When confronted with that information, he said he had been driving through the area to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A night shift worker at a nearby storage facility later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the building around 9:30 that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Kevin Morales. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside, the vehicle forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Reeves. Morales was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Morales admitted that he had gone to the pharmacy that evening and waited nearby for Daniel to leave. According to his statement, he approached Daniel in the parking lot and followed him to the service road under the pretense of talking about his job. Investigators believe Morales was aware that Daniel had discovered the missing medications and feared further action would be taken. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Daniel attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Morales attempted to hide the crime by moving Daniel away from the area and abandoning his car near the storage facility. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 35 miles outside Des Moines, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath frozen soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Reeves. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Daniel leaving the pharmacy and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Morales at the same locations. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Morales took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Kevin Morales was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Customers and members of the community remembered him as someone who had built a trusted place where people relied on him for care and consistency. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A route that did not make sense, a witness noticing two vehicles in an empty area, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually uncovered a crime that someone believed would remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a family man who seemed to be grieving the loss of his wife and children, about a house fire that took 3 lives, and about how investigators discovered that the tragedy was actually a carefully planned triple elimination designed to look like an accident. In February 2008, Bill Porter lived in a comfortable home in Bakersfield, California with his wife Donna and their 2 young children. Bill worked as a commodities trader, and the family appeared to live a normal middle-class life. But beneath the surface, Bill was drowning in debt and having an affair with a woman he worked with. On February 16, 2008, neighbors called 911 reporting that the Porter house was on fire. When firefighters arrived, they found the home engulfed in flames. They managed to get the fire under control and entered the house to search for anyone inside. What they found was devastating. Donna Porter, age 40, was found dead in the master bedroom. The couple's 2 children, 6-year-old Brandon and 3-year-old Bryn, were found dead in their bedrooms. All 3 had died from smoke inhalation. Bill Porter was not home at the time of the fire. He told investigators he had left early that morning to go to the gym and had come back to find his house on fire and his family gone. Initially, the fire appeared to be a tragic accident. Fire investigators determined that it had started in the garage, possibly from an electrical problem or some other accidental cause. The community rallied around Bill Porter, offering sympathy and support as he grieved the loss of his entire family. Bill played the role of devastated husband and father, appearing at memorials and accepting condolences. But fire investigators weren't completely satisfied with the accidental fire theory. Something about the burn patterns and the way the fire had spread seemed unusual. They continued analyzing the evidence and consulting with experts. As they dug deeper, they began to suspect that the fire had been intentionally set. Detectives also started looking into Bill Porter's background and discovered troubling information. Bill was having an affair with a co-worker and had been for some time. He and Donna had been having serious marital problems. Most significantly, Bill was in severe financial trouble. He had lost huge amounts of money through bad investments and was facing potential bankruptcy. Investigators discovered that Bill had taken out large life insurance policies on Donna and the children shortly before the fire. If their deaths were ruled accidental, Bill stood to collect over $1 million in insurance money. The combination of the affair, the financial problems, and the insurance policies gave Bill a clear motive. As the investigation intensified, fire experts determined that accelerants had been used to start and spread the fire. The fire had not been an accident, but had been deliberately set in multiple locations throughout the house to ensure it would spread quickly. The person who set the fire had wanted to make sure the house burned fast, giving the victims no chance to escape. Even more disturbing, the autopsy results revealed something horrifying. Donna and the 2 children had not simply died from smoke inhalation as initially thought. They had been given fatal doses of sleeping medication before the fire started. Bill had drugged his wife and children to make sure they would be unconscious when the fire started, ensuring they wouldn't wake up and escape. Bill Porter was arrested in March 2008 and charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life and arson. The evidence against him was overwhelming. He had purchased the sleeping medication. He had taken out the insurance policies. He had set the fire using accelerants. And he had the motive, getting rid of his family to collect insurance money and be free to continue his affair. Bill's trial began in 2009. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence showing the fire had been deliberately set, the toxicology reports showing the victims had been drugged, and the financial evidence showing Bill's desperate need for money. They also presented testimony from Bill's mistress, who said Bill had talked about wanting to be free of his marriage. The defense tried to argue that Bill had been framed or that someone else might have set the fire. They suggested that perhaps Donna had been depressed and had taken her own life along with the children, though this theory made no sense given the evidence of arson and premeditation. The defense couldn't adequately explain the insurance policies, the accelerants, or the sleeping medication. In November 2009, Bill Porter was found guilty on all counts. The jury deliberated for just a few hours before reaching their verdict. Bill showed little emotion as the verdict was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. He was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison in California. During the sentencing phase, Donna's family gave emotional victim impact statements. They described Donna as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. Brandon had been a first grader who loved baseball. Bryn had been a joyful 3-year-old who was excited about everything. The family talked about the unimaginable pain of losing all three of them at once and the horror of learning they had been taken by Bill. The case highlighted how someone can hide murderous intentions behind a mask of normalcy. Bill Porter had seemed like a regular father and husband to neighbors and acquaintances. No one suspected that he was capable of drugging his own children and setting his house on fire with his family inside. The financial pressure in the affair had pushed him to commit the unthinkable. Bill Porter remains on death row in California, where he has been for over 15 years. California has not executed anyone since 2006, and Bill will likely spend the rest of his life in prison regardless of his death sentence. He has maintained his innocence in interviews, claiming he was wrongly convicted, but the evidence against him remains overwhelming. Donna, Brandon, and Bryn Porter should have had many more years together as a family. The children should have grown up, gone to school, made friends, and had all the experiences of childhood. Donna should have watched her children grow and should have had the chance to leave an unhappy marriage and build a new life. Instead, all three were taken by someone who saw them as obstacles to his desires rather than as human beings he was supposed to love and protect. The case serves as a reminder that financial desperation and selfish desires can drive people to commit horrific acts against their own families, and that sometimes the person you trust most is actually the greatest danger. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young man who spent years building a life that did not exist, about parents who believe in their son without hesitation, and about how lies, when protected long enough, can harden into something far more dangerous than fear. This is a true crime story about Chandler Halderson, a case that unfolded piece by piece, not through sudden violence, but through the slow exposure of deception. Chandler Halderson grew up in a stable home in Wisconsin. His parents, Bart and Krista Halderson, were supportive, involved, and proud of their son. They encouraged education. They believed in structure. They trusted him. To neighbors and extended family, the Halderson household appeared calm, ordinary, and intact. Chandler was intelligent and articulate. He spoke confidently about his future. He told his parents he was attending college. Later, he told them he was employed by a technology company. He described work projects, co-workers, deadlines, and career growth. He knew how to speak the language of success. None of it was real. Chandler was not attending school. He did not have a job. He spent his days gaming, browsing the internet, and maintaining the illusion of productivity. For years, he forged documents, emails, transcripts, and schedules. He created fake employer websites. He sent emails to himself, then showed them to his parents as proof. He controlled the narrative carefully, anticipating questions before they were asked. Bart and Krista trusted him completely. But lies are fragile, no matter how carefully they are built. In early 2021, Bart began asking deeper questions. He wanted confirmation of Chandler's employment. He wanted to see pay stubs. He wanted clarity. Krista supported her husband. This was not confrontation. It was concern. To Chandler, it felt like exposure. Pressure began closing in. Each question threatened the collapse of the entire identity he had constructed. He could no longer delay. He could no longer redirect. And instead of admitting the truth, Chandler chose something else. On July 1st, 2021, Bart Halderson went missing. Chandler told people his father had left the house after an argument. He said Bart was upset and needed space. He spoke calmly. He sounded rehearsed. He showed no panic. Krista remained at home. The next day, Krista also disappeared. Chandler told friends and family that his parents were away. He continued to send text messages from their phones, pretending to be them. The messages were short, vague, out of character, but enough to delay suspicion briefly. Law enforcement became involved when Bart's co-workers reported him missing. Bart was reliable. He did not vanish without explanation. Police arrived at the Halderson home to conduct a welfare check. Chandler greeted them calmly. Inside the house, investigators noticed inconsistencies immediately. Krista's purse was still there. Her car was in the driveway. There were signs of cleaning in unusual places. The explanations Chandler gave felt overly prepared, lacking emotional urgency. Investigators began digging into Chandler's background. They uncovered the lies quickly. No college enrollment, no employment records, no income. The entire life Chandler had described did not exist. Attention shifted rapidly. During searches of the property, police discovered something far worse. Human remains were found on the family land in a nearby wooded area. Additional remains were found later, scattered and burned in an attempt to destroy evidence. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to Bart and Krista Halderson. The investigation revealed chilling details. Chandler had killed his parents separately. He used firearms. He dismembered their bodies. He attempted to dispose of them in multiple locations. He researched methods online beforehand. He believed he could outsmart investigators. Throughout questioning, Chandler remained emotionally flat. He corrected detectives on small details. He focused on technicalities. He showed no visible grief. When confronted with evidence, he denied, deflected, minimized. But the evidence was overwhelming. Digital records showed his searches. Surveillance footage captured his movements. Ballistics matched weapons in his possession. The lies he had once used to impress now worked against him, each fabrication becoming a thread that investigators followed back to the truth. At trial, prosecutors took their time. They did not sensationalize. They reconstructed Chandler's deception year by year. They showed how avoidance became entitlement, and entitlement became violence. Expert testimony explained how individuals who rely entirely on false identity can experience catastrophic psychological collapse when that identity is threatened. Chandler did not kill out of rage. He killed to preserve a version of himself that could not survive reality. The jury found him guilty on all counts. Chandler Halderson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Bart and Krista Halderson were remembered as loving parents who trusted their son deeply, who believed encouragement was enough, and who never imagined that the greatest danger in their lives lived inside their own home. This story lingers not because of shock, but because of silence. The lies were quiet. The warning signs were subtle. The violence arrived only after years of avoidance. It reminds us that truth delayed does not disappear. It waits. And when someone builds their entire existence on avoiding it, the collapse can become devastating for everyone around them. Chandler Halderson now lives in a world where no lies are needed, because there is nothing left to protect. And the life he tried to preserve was never real to begin with. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia. A man who wore tailored suits, drove luxury cars, and presented himself as a successful financial advisor trusted by retirees, families, and longtime clients who believed he was protecting their savings. His name was Peter Gillespie, and for decades he cultivated an image built on stability, professionalism, and reassurance. He understood numbers, investment portfolios, and the language of financial security. He met clients in well-furnished offices, spoke calmly about long-term growth, and positioned himself as someone who could be relied upon during uncertain economic times. Nothing about his daily routine suggested violence. He lived in a comfortable home with his wife, Mary Gillespie, in the suburb of Dulwich. Their life appeared orderly. They attended social functions. They maintained property. They interacted normally with neighbors. From the outside, there were no visible signs that their marriage had deteriorated into quiet resentment and concealed hostility. Over time, however, Peter's financial dealings began to strain under pressure. Investigators would later uncover that he had misappropriated large sums of money from clients, moving funds in ways that were concealed behind complex transactions. Financial misconduct often begins subtly, justified internally as temporary borrowing or strategic repositioning. But over time, the amounts grow. The pressure to maintain appearances intensifies. The fear of exposure increases. By 2010, Peter Gillespie's financial situation was far more unstable than anyone around him realized. He was under scrutiny from regulators. Questions were emerging about missing funds. The life he had constructed depended entirely on maintaining the illusion of control. On the evening of October 26, 2010, Mary Gillespie was inside their home. Nothing unusual had been reported by neighbors. There were no emergency calls, no visible disturbances. But by the following day, Peter reported that Mary was missing. He told friends and authorities that she had gone for a walk and had not returned. He presented himself as concerned but composed. He explained that she sometimes walked in the area and that perhaps something unexpected had happened. Missing persons investigations often begin with the assumption that voluntary absence is possible. But as hours turned into days, concern intensified. Mary had not accessed her bank accounts. She had not contacted friends. She had not taken personal belongings that would suggest departure. Police began reconstructing the timeline carefully. They examined phone records, financial activity, and surveillance footage in the surrounding neighborhood. Officers searched parks, walking trails, and nearby streets. Search teams combed through areas Mary might have visited, but nothing was found. There were no confirmed sightings, no trace of her clothing, no indication of accident. The absence of evidence began to weigh heavily on investigators. Inside the Gillespie home, forensic specialists conducted a detailed examination. They looked for signs of disturbance, microscopic traces, and inconsistencies. At first glance, the house appeared orderly. But forensic science does not rely on first impressions. Specialists used chemical reagents capable of revealing blood traces invisible to the naked eye. In certain areas of the home, particularly within interior spaces not consistent with a simple fall or minor injury, traces of blood were discovered. The patterns suggested cleanup efforts. Cleaning can remove surface stains, but it cannot eliminate every microscopic particle embedded in flooring and structural material. Investigators also began examining Peter Gillespie's financial records more closely. They discovered that large sums of client money had been diverted. He was facing potential exposure that could destroy his career and reputation. Motive began to form. Financial pressure, combined with the collapse of personal relationships, can create a volatile internal environment. Detectives interviewed friends and acquaintances, learning that the marriage had been strained. Arguments had occurred. Trust had eroded. While none of this proved violence, it established context. Peter maintained his narrative. He stated repeatedly that Mary had left for a walk. He denied any conflict that could have led to harm. He appeared calm during questioning, but investigators noted subtle inconsistencies in his timeline, small discrepancies in his recollection, minor contradictions between his statements and physical evidence. Each inconsistency alone meant little. Together, they formed a pattern. As the investigation progressed, forensic analysis of blood traces confirmed they belonged to Mary Gillespie. The quantity and distribution were inconsistent with a minor injury. Additionally, experts concluded that attempts had been made to clean the affected areas. Investigators now believed Mary had died inside the home. The absence of her body complicated the case, but modern prosecutions no longer require a recovered body when forensic evidence establishes death beyond reasonable doubt. Peter Gillespie was arrested and charged with murder. The trial became a detailed examination of forensic science and financial motive. Prosecutors presented expert testimony explaining blood pattern analysis, cleanup detection methods, and DNA confirmation. They outlined the financial misconduct that had placed Peter under extreme pressure. They demonstrated how his timeline conflicted with objective evidence. The defense argued that the forensic traces were inconclusive and that Mary could have left voluntarily. They emphasized the absence of a body. They challenged interpretations of the evidence. The jury listened carefully to weeks of testimony. They examined photographs of forensic findings. They reviewed financial documents. They evaluated Peter's statements and demeanor. Ultimately, they concluded that the cumulative evidence proved beyond reasonable doubt that Mary Gillespie had been killed inside her home and that Peter Gillespie was responsible. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Mary Gillespie's body has never been found. Despite extensive searches, its location remains unknown. But the forensic evidence within the home, combined with the financial motive and the inconsistencies in Peter's account, established a complete narrative for investigators and the court. The case stands as a reminder that even when someone believes they have concealed the most critical piece of evidence, microscopic traces and patient investigation can reveal the truth. Today, Peter Gillespie remains imprisoned in Australia, his carefully constructed image of financial reliability replaced permanently by the evidence that dismantled it. His case demonstrates how crimes committed within the privacy of a home can still be reconstructed through science, documentation, and methodical investigative work, even when the most obvious evidence is deliberately hidden from view. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who became one of history's most prolific poisoners, about a household product saleswoman who turned arsenic into profit, and about how one person exploited poverty and desperation to commit crimes across an entire region. In the poverty-stricken neighborhoods of Naples, Italy, during the 1930s and 1940s, a woman named Leonarda Cianciulli ran a small shop where she sold soap and other household goods. She was known in the community as a fortune teller who would read palms and predict futures for local women. But Leonarda had a darker purpose. Between 1939 and 1940, she ended the lives of 3 women, turning their bodies into soap and tea cakes, which she then sold to unsuspecting customers or served to visitors in her home. This is the story of Leonarda Cianciulli, known as the soap maker of Correggio. She befriended lonely, vulnerable women, gained their trust, then took their lives and disposed of their bodies in the most horrific way imaginable. She claimed she was making sacrifices to protect her son, who had been conscripted into the Italian army during World War II, believing that by taking these lives, she could ensure his safe return. Her arrest in 1940 revealed crimes that shocked Italy and exposed a woman whose superstitions and desperation had transformed her into something monstrous. Leonarda Cianciulli was born on April 18, 1894, in Montella, Italy. Her childhood was marked by poverty and a domineering, abusive mother who reportedly told Leonarda she was cursed and unwanted. Leonarda grew up believing she was destined for misfortune, a belief reinforced by her mother's constant predictions of doom. As a young woman, Leonarda attempted to take her own life twice, unable to cope with her difficult circumstances and her mother's treatment. She married Raphael Pansardi in 1914, a man her mother disapproved of, which only deepened the family dysfunction. Her mother reportedly cursed the marriage, telling Leonarda that all her children would die. This curse seemed to come true in terrible ways. Leonarda became pregnant 17 times, but suffered 3 miscarriages and lost 10 children in their youth to various causes. Only 4 of her children survived to adulthood. These losses devastated Leonarda and reinforced her belief in curses and supernatural forces. She became obsessed with protecting her surviving children, particularly her eldest son Giuseppe. Leonarda became deeply involved in fortune-telling, palm reading, and superstitious practices. She believed she could see the future and that sacrifices were necessary to change fate. She moved to the town of Correggio, where she opened a small shop and established herself as a local fortune teller and advisor. In 1939, her beloved son Giuseppe was conscripted into the Italian army as World War II began. Leonarda was terrified he would be harmed or taken from her like so many of her other children. Her fear and superstition merged into a terrible plan. She convinced herself that human sacrifices would protect Giuseppe, that by taking the lives of others, she could ensure her son's survival. Leonarda targeted vulnerable women who came to her for fortune-telling and advice. Her first victim in 1939 was Faustina Setti, a lonely spinster who wanted help finding a husband. Leonarda pretended to have found a suitor for Faustina in another town, convincing her to write letters to family saying she was leaving. On the day of Faustina's supposed departure, Leonarda struck her with an axe, then dismembered the body. What Leonarda did next was particularly horrific. She cut the body into pieces and put the remains in a large pot with caustic soda, boiling it down. She claimed the mixture could be made into soap, which she then gave to neighbors and customers. She also reportedly made the blood into tea cakes that she served to visitors. Her second victim in 1940 was Francesca Soavi, another woman who had come to Leonarda for help and advice. Leonarda used the same method, convincing Francesca to write letters saying she was leaving town, then attacking and disposing of her in the same gruesome manner. The third victim was Virginia Cassiopo, a former opera singer who had fallen on hard times. Leonarda promised to help Virginia restart her career in Florence. Like the others, Virginia wrote letters announcing her departure, then was attacked and disposed of by Leonarda. Virginia's disappearance raised suspicions because her family was more persistent in searching for her than the previous victims' families had been. They reported that the last place Virginia had visited was Leonarda's shop. Police began investigating, and when they questioned Leonarda, her story about Virginia leaving town had inconsistencies. Under pressure from investigators, Leonarda confessed in full. She described her crimes in shocking detail, explaining her belief that the sacrifices would protect her son. She showed no remorse, insisting she had done what was necessary to keep Giuseppe safe. Her trial began in 1946 and shocked Italy. The testimony about turning victims into soap and food was particularly disturbing. Leonarda was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison and 3 years in a criminal asylum. The judge determined she was sane enough to stand trial, but that her superstitious beliefs had warped her judgment. Leonarda chauncily served her sentence in a criminal asylum and then prison. She reportedly showed no genuine remorse, maintaining that her actions had been necessary to protect her son, who did survive the war and return home safely. Leonarda passed away in the prison in 1970 at age 76. Her case became one of Italy's most notorious crimes, remembered not just for the number of victims, but for the horrific disposal method. It revealed how superstition, fear, and desperation could transform someone into a killer who rationalized terrible acts as protective magic. The victims were lonely, vulnerable women who had trusted Leonarda and sought her help for their problems. They had believed she was a friend and advisor who would help them find better lives. Instead, they became victims of a woman whose fear for her son had overwhelmed any moral restraint. Someone who convinced herself that their lives were acceptable sacrifices to protect what she valued most. Leonarda chauncily stands as an example of how poverty, superstition, and trauma can warp human psychology, and how someone can commit terrible crimes while genuinely believing they are justified. Her victims deserve help and compassion, but instead encountered someone who saw them as nothing more than offerings to appease fate and protect her family from the curse she believed had followed her throughout her tragic life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who weaponized motherhood, about a community that rallied around tragedy, and about how sympathy can become the most dangerous addiction when someone craves it desperately enough. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by unimaginable misfortune. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies that baffled doctors. Friends and neighbors gathered around the grieving mother, offering support and sympathy as she endured loss after devastating loss. No one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these tragedies, ending her own children's lives to maintain a steady flow of attention and compassion that made her feel important for the first time in her life. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and induced medical crises. She created emergencies that required hospitalization, presenting herself as a devoted mother fighting to save her babies while she was actually the cause of their suffering. Her conviction in 1987 for the passing of her final child exposed one of the most disturbing cases ever documented and revealed how desperately some people need attention, even when obtaining it requires destroying what they should love most. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11th, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was characterized by profound emotional neglect that left lasting psychological damage. Her father struggled with substance issues and was largely absent from family life. Her mother was cold and emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care but showing no warmth, affection, or interest in her daughter's emotional needs. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. At school, she struggled academically not because she lacked intelligence, but because her unmet emotional needs made it impossible to focus on learning. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She desperately craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain either. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, reliable man who worked for General Electric and provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally have someone who would need her to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy, thriving children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community responded with an outpouring of sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, with people calling, visiting, and expressing care and concern. The experience was intoxicating and fulfilling in a way nothing else had ever been. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, passed away suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations. The community rallied even more strongly around the mother who had suffered such terrible losses. Mary Beth received more sympathy, more attention, more people treating her as someone special and worthy of care. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get what she needed psychologically. By harming her children and creating medical crises, she could generate situations where doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members would focus entirely on her. She was no longer invisible or unimportant. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under circumstances that should have raised immediate suspicion. Barbara passed at age 4.5. Timothy passed at 3 weeks old. Nathan passed at 5 months. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural occurrences, not recognizing the impossible statistical pattern. Mary Beth's method was primarily suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply. Sometimes she would partially suffocate them to create medical emergencies that required hospitalization, extending the period of attention she received. Other times, she would end their lives outright, then present their bodies as victims of sudden infant death syndrome or other natural causes. She carefully managed the timing of these tragedies. She would wait until the sympathy from one loss had begun to fade, then create a new crisis with another child. She spaced the incidents to maximize the attention she received while avoiding raising immediate red flags. She was methodical in maintaining the flow of care and concern that had become psychologically necessary for her. Some medical professionals did become concerned over the years. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning whether something unusual was occurring in the Tinning family. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was extremely limited in the medical community. The concept that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became impossible to ignore in December 1985, when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff revived her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, A physician assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant death in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, reviewing the family's history and recognizing that the pattern was statistically impossible to explain through natural causes. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's carefully maintained facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators and prosecutors did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern of deaths spanning 13 years. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused primarily on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and recent evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives for attention, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain sympathy and attention. They described how Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition had overridden maternal instinct. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing for various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm rather than tragic misfortune. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted and sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times, most recently in 2019, and remains incarcerated in New York. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught 3rd grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program, drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with 2 close friends, something that had never happened before. When her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, but after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who vanished from her apartment in Japan, leaving behind no signs of struggle, no clear evidence of violence, and no explanation for why she would suddenly abandon her life. Her name was Yasuko Watanabe, and in the summer of 1997, she was 27 years old, working as an office employee in Tokyo. She lived alone in a small apartment in Edagawa, a quiet residential district filled with narrow streets, convenience stores, and apartment blocks stacked closely together. Her life was stable. She had a steady job, close family ties, and a routine that rarely changed. She spoke regularly with her parents, visited them often, and maintained friendships with coworkers. On the evening of August 24th, 1997, Yasuko returned home after finishing her workday. She spoke briefly with her mother on the phone. Nothing in her voice suggested distress or fear. It was an ordinary conversation. She mentioned her plans for the coming days. She told her mother she would visit soon. It was the last time her family would ever hear her voice. When Yasuko failed to appear at work the next morning, her employer became concerned. She was reliable and punctual. Absence without notice was unusual. Her co-workers attempted to contact her. There was no response. Calls went unanswered. Her family contacted police. Investigators entered her apartment and immediately noticed something unsettling. Her belongings were still there. Her purse, identification, and personal items had not been taken. There were no signs she had packed or planned to travel. But there was also no obvious sign of forced entry. The apartment looked quiet, undisturbed, frozen at the moment she had last occupied it. It was as if she had simply disappeared. Police began interviewing neighbors. Some reported hearing faint sounds late at night, but nothing clearly identifiable as violence. Others had seen nothing unusual. In densely populated apartment complexes, people often live close together while remaining strangers. Investigators expanded their search. They examined phone records. They tracked her movements on her final day. They questioned coworkers, friends, and acquaintances. No one reported conflict or threats. No clear suspect emerged. Days passed, then weeks. The case remained unsolved, but investigators continued examining evidence. Months later, forensic testing revealed traces of Yasuko's blood inside her apartment. The amount was small, but it confirmed she had been injured inside her home. This discovery changed the case from a missing persons investigation to a homicide investigation. Attention turned toward individuals who had access to her building. Among them was a man named Hiroshi Miu. Miu lived nearby and had a criminal history. He had committed violent offenses in the past. Investigators questioned him, but at the time, they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him with Yasuko's murder. Years passed. The case remained open. Then, in 2009, Hiroshi Miu was arrested for unrelated murders. During interrogation, he confessed to multiple killings. He described targeting victims, restraining them, and disposing of their bodies in ways designed to prevent discovery. Eventually, he confessed to killing Yasuko Watanabe. He described entering her apartment, attacking her, and killing her. He admitted to disposing of her body in a remote area, ensuring it would not be found. His confession confirmed what investigators had suspected for years. Hiroshi Miu was convicted and sentenced to death in Japan. Yasuko's body was never recovered. Her family lived for over a decade without knowing what had happened. They experienced years of uncertainty, hoping for answers that never came until Miu's confession. The case demonstrated how crimes can remain unresolved for years, hidden behind absence of physical evidence and lack of witnesses. It showed how persistence, forensic science, and continued investigation can eventually uncover truth even after long periods of silence. The apartment where Yasuko lived eventually became occupied by new tenants. The neighborhood continued its routines. People walked the same streets, visited the same stores, and lived their lives unaware of the events that had unfolded years earlier. But for investigators and her family, the case remained a reminder of how quickly ordinary life can be interrupted, and how answers sometimes emerge only after time, patience, and the eventual confession of someone who had believed their crime would remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a disappearance that fooled investigators, reporters, and an entire country for years. A case where a husband appeared endlessly cooperative, gave interviews, helped organize searches, and convinced nearly everyone that his pregnant wife had vanished without a trace, until the investigation slowly revealed that the story he told could never have happened the way he claimed. On Christmas Eve in 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson disappeared from her home in Modesto, California. She was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a boy she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. The timing alone made the case instantly emotional. A young expectant mother missing during the holidays drew national attention within days. Scott Peterson told police that he had left home that morning to go fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina, nearly 90 miles away. He said Lacey planned to spend the day walking their dog and preparing for Christmas dinner. When he returned that evening and found the house empty, he reported her missing. At first, the situation appeared tragic but unclear. There were no signs of forced entry. Lacey's purse and keys were still inside the home. The family dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Search efforts began immediately. Volunteers covered parks, fields, and waterways. Scott stood beside Lacey's family during press conferences, speaking calmly and thanking the public for support. Television networks followed the case daily. The image presented was of a worried husband enduring unimaginable uncertainty. But detectives quickly began noticing inconsistencies. Scott had told investigators he decided to go fishing that morning almost spontaneously. Yet records showed he had purchased a fishing license days earlier. He also claimed to be fishing for sturgeon, despite using equipment inconsistent with that type of fishing. Small details began raising quiet suspicion. Then investigators discovered something else. Scott Peterson had been involved in an ongoing extramarital relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. When questioned, Scott initially denied the affair. Amber later contacted police herself after realizing the man she was dating was the husband of a missing pregnant woman dominating national headlines. Recorded phone conversations between Scott and Amber became central evidence. In one call made while search teams were actively looking for Lacey, Scott claimed he was traveling in Europe, despite actually standing near a candlelight vigil held for his missing wife. For investigators, the deception mattered. Attention shifted toward Scott's movements on December 24th. His trip to the Berkeley Marina placed him near San Francisco Bay. Months later, in April 2003, the bodies of a late-term male fetus and an adult female washed ashore along the bay coastline, not far from where Scott said he had gone fishing. Autopsies confirmed the remains were Connor and Lacey Peterson. The discovery transformed the case from disappearance to homicide investigation. Prosecutors argued that Scott murdered Lacey at home, transported her body in his truck, and disposed of her in the bay during his fishing trip. They presented evidence, including homemade concrete anchors believed to have been used to weigh down the body, inconsistencies in Scott's statements, and forensic findings from his vehicle and boat. The defense argued there was no direct physical proof showing exactly when or how Lacey died. They suggested alternative theories involving abduction or unknown perpetrators. The trial became one of the most watched criminal proceedings in modern American history. Jurors heard months of testimony detailing timelines, financial motives, behavioral analysis, and Scott's actions after Lacey disappeared. Prosecutors emphasized his lack of urgency, continued lies, and preparations suggesting he intended to live a new life free from impending fatherhood. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey's death and second-degree murder for the death of their unborn son. He was sentenced to death in 2005. Years later, appeals challenged aspects of jury selection and sentencing procedures. In 2020, California Supreme Court overturned the death penalty sentence due to procedural issues, but upheld the murder convictions. Scott Peterson was resentenced to life imprisonment without parole in 2021. For Lacey Peterson's family, the verdict confirmed what many had come to believe during the investigation, that the person who publicly searched for her had known from the beginning she would never come home. The case permanently changed media coverage of missing persons investigations. It demonstrated how public appearances and calm behavior can mask deception, and how investigators increasingly rely on behavioral patterns alongside forensic evidence. Lacey Peterson was 27 years old. She was preparing to become a mother within weeks. Her disappearance began as a nationwide search filled with hope and ended as one of the most recognized solved homicide cases in American history. A Christmas Eve morning that appeared ordinary became the starting point of a carefully constructed lie, one that held for only a short time before evidence, persistence, and investigation revealed what had truly happened behind the closed doors of a quiet suburban home. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a woman who walked into a hospital claiming she had just survived a violent home invasion. Her face bruised, her voice trembling, telling doctors and police that masked attackers had broken into her house and killed her husband. A story that initially drew sympathy until investigators began noticing that every version she told shifted slightly, and the evidence inside the house refused to match her account. On March 11th, 2015, in Dublin, Ohio, 43-year-old drive William Bill Husel was found dead inside his home. He had been shot multiple times. His wife, 42-year-old Brenda Husel, arrived at a local hospital with minor injuries, telling staff that intruders had attacked them during the night. She claimed the men demanded money, assaulted her, and shot her husband before fleeing. The scene inside the Husel residence appeared chaotic at first glance. Furniture was disturbed, items were scattered, but seasoned investigators quickly realized something was wrong. There were no signs of forced entry. Expensive belongings remained untouched. The pattern of disarray looked staged rather than spontaneous. Brenda repeated her story in multiple interviews. She described two men wearing dark clothing who entered through the back door. She said they struck her and dragged her across the floor before shooting Bill. She insisted she had lost consciousness and only later escaped to seek help. But forensic analysis began to contradict her claims. Gunshot trajectory evidence showed that Bill had been shot from a very close range, at angles inconsistent with a chaotic struggle involving multiple intruders. Blood pattern analysis indicated that the shooting occurred in a confined area without the kind of movement Brenda described. Investigators also examined Brenda's injuries. Medical professionals determined that her wounds were superficial and did not align with the level of violence she described. There were no defensive injuries on Bill, suggesting a prolonged fight with unknown assailants. As detectives dug deeper, financial records revealed strain inside the marriage. The couple had significant debt. Life insurance policies existed naming Brenda as beneficiary. There were also reports of marital tension, though outwardly the family appeared stable and successful. Phone data added further complications. Brenda's movements during the hours surrounding the murder did not fully align with her narrative. Surveillance cameras from nearby areas showed no suspicious vehicles entering or leaving the neighborhood during the time frame she provided. Under sustained questioning, inconsistencies multiplied. Brenda adjusted her account slightly each time investigators pointed out contradictions. Eventually, prosecutors concluded that there had been no home invasion at all. They alleged that Brenda shot her husband during a domestic confrontation and staged the scene to resemble a robbery. In 2017, Brenda Husel was charged with murder. During trial proceedings, prosecutors presented detailed forensic testimony explaining why the physical evidence ruled out unknown attackers. They emphasized the absence of forced entry, the controlled nature of the shooting, and the financial motive. The defense argued that the lack of direct eyewitnesses created reasonable doubt. They maintained that intruders could have fled without leaving obvious traces. But jurors focused on the cumulative weight of forensic contradictions and the shifting narrative. After deliberation, Brenda Husel was found guilty of murder. She was sentenced to life in prison. The case became an example often cited in criminal justice discussions about staged crime scenes. Detectives noted that many staged home invasions share similar flaws: unnecessary disorder, lack of forced entry, and narratives that attempt to explain away forensic inconsistencies rather than align with them. Dr. Bill Husel was remembered by colleagues as dedicated and hardworking. Friends described the shock of learning that his death was not the result of random violence, but a crime that began inside his own home. The quiet suburban neighborhood in Dublin eventually returned to normal routines, but residents carried the memory of flashing police lights and crime scene tape that once marked a house where appearances had concealed a deadly conflict. What began as a story of masked strangers ended with a conviction built on methodical reconstruction. The evidence did not shout. It accumulated. It contradicted. It exposed. And once the physical facts were arranged in order, the illusion of invasion collapsed, revealing a crime that never came from outside the door at all. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who hid behind routine and discipline, who blended into suburban life so completely that he was trusted by neighbors, respected by coworkers, and ignored by suspicion, while quietly becoming one of the most prolific and terrifying murderers in American history. This is a true crime story about patience, escalation, and how a predator who believed he had outrun time was finally caught decades later by science itself. For years in California, something moved silently through quiet neighborhoods at night. It did not break doors or smash windows. It slipped inside through unlocked entrances, cut phone lines, and waited in the dark. Families slept unaware that someone was standing just feet away, listening to their breathing, memorizing their homes. This presence would eventually become known by many names. The East Area Rapist, the original Night Stalker, the Golden State Killer. But for a long time, he had no face. In mid-1970s, a series of sexual assaults began in Northern California. The attacker targeted women inside their own homes, often while their partners were present. He would bind victims with shoelaces or cords taken from the house, stack dishes on a man's back, and whisper threats that if he heard a sound, he would kill them both. Then he would assault the woman repeatedly, sometimes staying for hours, eating food from the kitchen, wandering the house as if it belonged to him. Police were overwhelmed. There were no clear fingerprints. Witness descriptions varied. The attacker seemed to know police procedures, patrol routes, and response times. He escaped on foot or bicycle through backyards, drainage canals, and fences. Each time officers arrived, he was already gone. What made the crimes even more disturbing was the psychological cruelty. The attacker would call victims weeks or months later, breathing into the phone, reminding them that he was still watching. He wanted them to know that safety was an illusion, that even time could not protect them. Then, without warning, the attacks escalated. In Southern California, couples began turning up murdered in their homes. The method was different, but the control was the same. Binding, blunt force, silence. There were no witnesses, no forced entry. The killer vanished into the night after each crime. For years, investigators did not realize they were chasing the same man. It wasn't until patterns were carefully re-examined that the connection became undeniable. The burglaries, the bindings, the timing, this strange sense of ritual. One offender had evolved over time, growing more confident, more violent, more detached from consequences. And then, in the late 1980s, it stopped. The Golden State Killer disappeared. Decades passed. Victims aged. Evidence degraded. Some investigators retired or died. Many believed the killer was dead, imprisoned for something else, or simply lost to history. The case became legendary but stagnant, a reminder of how easily someone could vanish before the age of digital tracking. But the story was not finished. In the 2010s, a new approach emerged. Investigators began using genetic genealogy, comparing crime scene DNA not to criminals, but to public ancestry databases. Slowly, family trees were built. Branches narrowed. Names emerged. One name stood out: Joseph James D'Angelo. D'Angelo was a former police officer. He had worked in law enforcement during the years of crimes. He lived an ordinary life, married, had children, worked mundane jobs. Neighbors described him as irritable but normal. No one suspected that this aging man had once terrorized an entire state. In April 2018, police arrested him quietly outside his home. He did not resist. When confronted with the evidence, the decades of silence collapsed. D'Angelo eventually confessed to multiple murders and assaults, admitting that he had lived with the urges constantly, even after the crime stopped. He said he tried to suppress them, to bury them under routine and age. But they never truly left him. In 2020, Joseph D'Angelo was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, victims finally faced the man who had stolen their sense of safety so long ago. Many spoke not with anger, but with strength, reclaiming voices that had been taken from them in the dark. This case is haunting because it spans generations, because it shows how a predator can hide behind uniforms jobs, and family roles. How time does not erase harm, and how science, persistence, and memory can reach back across decades to deliver justice. The Golden State Killer believed he had outrun consequence. He believed age had made him invisible. But the past does not forget. It waits, and sometimes it catches up quietly, without drama, without warning, closing the door forever. Next story. It was the evening of October 23rd, 1980, in the quiet town of Fall River, Massachusetts, when a young nurse named Cheryl McCabe finished her shift at a local hospital and began the short drive home that she had taken countless times before. Cheryl was 29 years old, known among co-workers as responsible, calm, and dedicated to her work. She lived a relatively simple life, balancing long hospital shifts with time spent with friends and family. Nothing about that evening seemed unusual. She left the hospital parking lot shortly after sunset, expecting to arrive home within minutes. When she failed to appear that night, those closest to her initially assumed she had stopped somewhere along the way or perhaps decided to visit a friend. But when the hours passed and no one heard from her, concern quickly turned into alarm. The next morning, Cheryl's car was discovered parked along a quiet stretch of road not far from her normal route home. The vehicle was locked, and from the outside it appeared undisturbed, yet Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, investigators found her purse and personal belongings still in place, suggesting that she had not planned to leave voluntarily. The discovery immediately raised serious questions. Police began treating the case as a possible abduction and launched a full investigation to determine what had happened during the short drive between the hospital and her home. Detectives began by reconstructing Cheryl's final movements. Co-workers confirmed that she had completed her shift normally and had not mentioned meeting anyone that evening. Surveillance cameras were rare in 1980, so investigators relied heavily on witness interviews and physical evidence from the car and surrounding area. A few nearby residents reported seeing a vehicle parked along the roadside late that night, but none could provide a clear description. Despite the uncertainty, the information suggested that Cheryl may have been stopped by someone while driving home. The investigation continued for weeks as officers canvassed neighborhoods and questioned anyone who might have had contact with Cheryl. They examined her personal life, friendships, and workplace relationships, searching for possible motives. Yet nothing in her background suggested that she was in danger. She had no known enemies, no involvement in risky activities, and no signs of personal conflict that could explain her disappearance. The case soon became one of the most troubling mysteries in the region. Months later, investigators received a crucial tip about a local man named Daniel Henson, a mechanic who lived within driving distance of the road where Cheryl's car had been found. Henson had a reputation for aggressive behavior and had previously been questioned in connection with harassment complaints. When detectives looked more closely at his background, they discovered that he had been working late the night Cheryl disappeared and had driven along the same route she would have taken home. Although the information was not enough to charge him with a crime, it was enough to place him on the list of primary suspects. Detectives brought Henson in for questioning. During the interview, he claimed that he had been alone that night and had not encountered Cheryl. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his account of where he had been and what he had been doing. His timeline shifted as detectives pressed him for details, raising suspicions that he was concealing something important. At the time, however, the physical evidence available to investigators was limited. Without a body or clear forensic connection to the crime, prosecutors did not yet have enough to bring charges. Years passed as the case remained unresolved. Cheryl's family continued to search for answers, working with investigators and maintaining public awareness about her disappearance. Detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that new information or advances in forensic science might eventually reveal what had happened. In the late 1990s, the case was reopened and re-examined using modern investigative techniques. Forensic specialists reanalyzed physical evidence collected from Cheryl's car, including trace fibers and biological material that earlier investigators had not been able to fully examine. The renewed analysis produced a breakthrough. DNA recovered from inside Cheryl's vehicle matched Daniel Henson, placing him in direct contact with the car on the night she disappeared. When investigators confronted him with the new evidence, his previous denials began to unravel. Under further questioning, he eventually admitted that he had encountered Cheryl while she was driving home that evening. According to his confession, he had approached her vehicle under the pretense of needing help before forcing his way inside. The encounter quickly turned violent, and he abducted her from the roadside. Investigators followed the details of his confession to a remote wooded area outside the city, where he had concealed Cheryl's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of her family and the community that have followed the case for so many years. The evidence collected at the site, combined with the forensic results from the vehicle and Henson's own admissions, provided prosecutors with the case they had long been waiting to build. When the trial began, prosecutors carefully presented the timeline of events from the night Cheryl left the hospital to the moment her car was discovered abandoned along the roadside. They explained how Henson had crossed paths with her during her short drive home, and how the encounter escalated into abduction and murder. Forensic experts described the DNA evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene, while investigators detailed the years of work that had gone into solving the case. The defense attempted to challenge the reliability of the confession and the interpretation of the forensic evidence, but the overall weight of the case was overwhelming. The jury heard how Cheryl had simply been driving home from work when she encountered someone who chose to take advantage of that brief moment of vulnerability. After deliberating, they returned a verdict of guilty. Henson was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. For Cheryl's family, the conviction provided long-awaited answers, though it could never undo the loss they had endured for so many years. The case became an example of how persistence in investigation and advances in forensic science can eventually uncover the truth, even long after a crime has been committed. Detectives who worked on the case later said that the key to solving it had been the careful preservation of evidence and the refusal to let the investigation fade into obscurity. The story of Cheryl McCabe remains a reminder that many crimes which appear impossible to solve at first can still be resolved through patience, determination, and evolving scientific methods. What began as a simple drive home from work turned into a mystery that lasted nearly 2 decades. But the truth eventually emerged through the combined efforts of investigators, forensic specialists, and a family who never stopped searching for justice.